Hello, hello. Let's make sure the volume is working, though. Yeah, I probably don't really need to do that. Yeah, I mean, I can see that my little character is working. Although there's still the concern of like buzzing in the audio. I don't know if that's happened at all for a while. Hopefully not. Well, I'm going to be playing some more Minecraft today. I wasn't too sure. Like, I was considering maybe playing something else, but ultimately, I think this is just what I'm feeling the most. This parrot is no more. It has ceased to be. Why has the parrot ceased to be? Here's the resource packs I've got. Okay. Ah, yes, I left off in here. There's so many kitty sounds. Oh yeah, and there's an Enderman. Now, what are you doing? I would like to try again to get a kitten of this type. This time I am going to use the Jellycat. Are they Why must they be so difficult? Please cooperate. Okay. Yeah, I will take a little baby Jellycat. That is very cute as well. That's why I was willing to switch there. Gosh, I am getting unlucky. On the bright side, I am getting a lot of kittens in here. That is quite lovely. Hello, Collie? I'll just go with that. It is Minecraft. There's an Enderman in my house. And a lot of cats. Sure, you can call me that. Sounds good. Yeah, I was working on the interior of my base last time I streamed. I think it's looking fairly nice. Probably needs, or could do with a bit more still. I want to improve this thing. Well, my plan for today. Much better than anything you did before. Well, I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I've also got my basement here. I need to like better organize all the workstations, but I think this space is looking rather nice. Oh, don't mind my strange looking tools. I have a resource pack that lets me change item textures depending on their name. Yeah, my plan for today is, well, probably gonna do a few things. I'm gonna go check out the Pale Garden that I discovered recently. Though it's pretty small and that likely won't take up very much time. So I think I'll also do some building stuff. Maybe some more redstone. Try to improve this thing. Alright, it will be nice. It's mildly painful to know that this Enderman is not most likely gonna place that grass block somewhere in here before it leaves. guess I could have gone just then. I want to go to the Pale Garden as it's like getting nighttime. So, what can I do in the meantime? Oh, right. I did visit the end recently, and I have chorus fruit stuff. Sorry if your English was bad, it's not your native language. You're good. I think it's been fine so far. Okay, there's the course flowers. Okay, I want a bunch of purple. So where might be a good place for that? Burn it and make blocks? Right, do you mean put the, what's it called? Chorus fruit? The chorus fruit in a furnace? I should get started on that. So yeah, that is the intent. It's much more cold than I need. Let's see, I think it should be 4 pieces of coal. Wait, where did I? What? Oh, I'm just being silly. Okay. Yeah, the chorus flower you do not burn. This is the part of the plant that grows, so you can get more. We'll put it right here. So I'll just put in a simple little area of endstone. I don't know how is best to optimally space these, but I think these are a bit too close. Hopefully that's about fine. They make quite the interesting sounds when they growl. Forgot to put my shovel away. organization is another thing I need to do soon. I definitely have plenty of storage to be very organized. You too, you never really bothered to take it. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Let's try again to get this tuxedo kitten. Oh! Dang it. I forgot to use a golden dandelion on one of these cats. The purple plant. Yeah, generally it's that can be a difficult block to utilize. I, however, do have a use for it. Please, you two cooperate. I need to like take them somewhere else or something. Oh my goodness. I love the cats in this game, but they are just so difficult. At this point it's easier to push them. Oh. You might not be wrong. Okay, let's try this again. Looks a bit silly, but I can do this. Okay. Yes. Okay. I got the little baby tuxedo cat. I will say the difficulty is not inaccurate. Okay. There you are, little Tess. This one's named after my real life kitten cat. She's kind of an old cat at this point, but I've had her since she was a kitten. Hobbs is based on our last cat before Tess. They were both kind of like brown tabby tuxedo cats. How does the purpur plant work? It is definitely an interesting one. Oh, that's good to know. Kittens function essentially the same as adults. Oh, the golden dandelion to keep them young. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I almost completely forgot. Yeah, so you feed the pretty much any baby mobs. There's a few that it doesn't work on, such as villagers and hostile mobs. Villagers and monsters, I should say. But pretty much any baby mob, you feed it the golden dandelion, and then they just stop aging. You can also feed it to them again to resume the aging process. But yeah, it's a very lovely little item, especially now that they have these very cute new models and new sounds. How did that not anger that Enderman? I am genuinely shocked. Let's see, these two, or sorry, 3. Oh, they're so cute. I think I want to take these 3 over to this little village that I have. Maybe just under here. It's obvious that Minecraft's new strategy sells by being too cute to resist. You know, not the worst strategy. That's just one drop though. You know, I'm sure we'll see more drops of other natures, like combat and perhaps some more horror drops. But it's nice to get just very cute stuff like this now and then. Yeah, so you have a brown collar. Pretty sure it's different. I didn't dye any of these colors or any of these collars. The colors kind of mix and match depending on the adult, or like randomly based on the adult. I guess I should say, I did dye this color to be black. And then that has resulted in a bit of variance. Okay. I slept through the night again, so a little bit longer to wait. And I wanted to grab my trident. I wish the trident didn't have to drop to the ground to return. It's a bit strange that it works that way. You're really surprised I didn't make that Enderman angry yet? I'm a little bit as well. Particularly after that one instance where I was at eye level, just staring into his eyes. Somehow that was fine. Let's see, what of these can I chop down? This one, and this one. I think that's it. Someone else is in the stream, or just us? I think that's probably just me. Yeah, I'm not sure. It'll consistently say that I have like two viewers, which I tend to interpret as just being my own account. Now it says 4. So I don't know. Maybe there's some people who will stop in for a while and not say anything. But yeah, I'm technically watching on my phone as well as my desktop. So I don't know if those are counted at all. I'm really surprised this Enderman is still here. Chorus. And it's 1-to-1, which is lovely. So this block is really nice for my roof here. I currently have some like kind of simple detailing of copper to amethyst, but I can do a little bit of this. Maybe not this one. And now that makes for a really nice transition from the copper to the amethyst. But it's not like a super gradual transition, but you know, just it works really well because they both have the grid pattern. I have this space as well. I've got great taste in buildings. Thank you. This is this is a style that I was I was trying out in my last time I was playing survival. And I think it's a really lovely gradient. It's for sure for you. Your best is just a cube. Or cube. You did mean cube. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to learn, I guess, through feel, like how to do these like more complex house shapes. It's essentially that you do just start with a cube and then you add on other cubes. And then like other details, like having the roof overhang, so nothing is just like flat against the walls. It's all like overhanging the front and the sides. And I've also I believe this is my first time trying this, having the frame protruding from the wall as well. I think you can, like, the structure has to be big enough to be able to get away with that. But I definitely think this is big enough. And I do think I went a little overboard with the scale of this house. But it's kind of nice. Over here I have some much simpler houses for the villagers. But I think they're still rather nice. That's nice, thank you. I see why you got a lot of honey to keep the copper not turning to green. Yeah, still collecting it, so I have like a lot, and I don't know if I'll ever actually use all of it. But yeah, when I started working on this, I thought I had a lot of copper then, or not copper, honey, and it was not at all enough. Oh wow, did this flower didn't grow at all. That's kind of wild. Okay, I think I can take down just about all of these. Maybe try to spread these out a little bit better. Again, maybe being up against a block like that isn't working very well. Trident the best, since pickaxe with silk touch work. Silk touch probably would work. Better would just be a bow and arrow, which I do have a crossbow here. Yeah, I just wanted to go with the trident because it'll come back to me. But it's definitely slower. It's not super efficient. I like the trident though. It is a fun weapon. Trying not to use an overwhelming amount of the purple. As you said, the only problem is it needs to hit the ground before it comes back. Yeah. It would definitely be a lot better if it didn't do that. Just using an arrow is a lot faster, and it's not a big deal to retrieve them. Trident's also a little bit whimsical. Let's see. It's kind of a strange balance, like where you do and don't want the transition blocks. Would it be strange if I put some there? Maybe a little bit more and put amethyst there? I'll try it. You really enjoyed the peaceful stream of you, but you've got college exam in a few hours, you need to go. Your stream is so great, so you'll be back for sure later. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Good luck with your college exam. That must be exciting / stressful, perhaps. Keep writing Steam when you mean stream. So no, you're good. I got the idea. In fact, I didn't even notice. See you later. Yeah, good luck again with your exam. I really should just let these fully grow out. I guess let these like stop growing and then collect them. The way I just keep going over, it's not very efficient because the blocks will drop on the top of things and then I have to go through that extra effort to get them. What do I put? There's the amethyst. Just one. I suppose there is a monster nearby, isn't there? Okay, is it about time that I deal with you? Because you somehow just refuse to leave. Okay. That was interesting. Okay. Oh, I actually landed up there. But I didn't trust that I would. Maybe not this one. I think that kind of works. But yeah, it's interesting how like you don't want to fully outline the amethyst with purple. It's interesting having people in the chat, especially when it's just like a very small amount of people to where I can respond to everything. Of course, I haven't ever had like a ton of people in my chat, but I can imagine when you do, like, you try to respond to a few things now and then, but it's not exactly feasible to respond to everything all the time. this little interior. I definitely want to do more. Well, you know, I could have like little things like lampposts. Take those two and those two. Oh, you get 4. I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, I can do something like that. Let's see. Maybe place some pink carpet on top. Provides a touch of decoration and is more interesting lighting than just torches on the wall. I'm sure there's also some nice paintings I could use in here. I wonder how the personalities work for what do you say? You know, kittens that have grown up. If that's something they inherit at all, or I'm guessing it's just completely random. But yeah, the purple definitely adds to that texturing. And then it's still not quite done. Let's see, I believe. Yeah, I remember it's on the side of the wheat fields. I'm pretty sure. So it should be out this way. It's the Pale Garden was like it was a little off to the side, but it was out in the same direction as the stronghold that I went to. There just happened to be a little bit out there. So go out that same way. And I should run into it. You know, I'm just realizing, I feel like a lot of the people who have shown up in my chat have the pink colored names on Twitch. It's kind of fun. I do as well. Yeah, here it is. Well, you know, I could have brought some materials for a little tent to like camp out over here. That's okay. This was, I like kind of just barely did this, just a little while before starting stream today. I have updated my skin a little bit. Might as well remove all my armor, but you could already see it. In fact, yeah, chestplate doesn't really cover it either. I mentioned before I wasn't terribly fond of the lines around like the forearms. I wanted some kind of texturing there. I mean, I was just in general kind of struggling with that, but I did remove those, and then I added a little bit of texturing above, like what do you call it, like the elbow crease or something, where your arm bends. But yeah, I think it's for the better. Yeah, not really finding any way to get a better look. I guess that kind of works. But yeah, just simple, but I do think that's an improvement. Just those little like lines in between these darker areas, like I think they just felt a little bit odd. And adding some more texture here also works for when you don't have any sleeves, because that was another issue, was that I felt like the elbow crease was maybe a bit too low, but then it would feel too high with like certain sleeves like this. So I think having just a bit more above it is a good balance. Anyways, it is time. very small pale garden. I come to think of it, are there even... Oh, I shouldn't be in third person in here. I don't know if there's even a creaking heart. I suppose it's not guaranteed. But as well, I'm not seeing any eye blossoms. That's a bit unfortunate. I thought that was a skeleton, but it almost looked like an iron golem, which I was very bewildered by. I really like the detail that there's no music in this biome. It is dreadfully quiet. Gotta collect all of the hanging pale moss, because it is renewable, but it doesn't generate when you grow the trees. So anything that you don't collect is simply lost. The leaves, however, have no such concern. I'm much more worried about getting enough saplings. Of which I appear to have gotten plenty. Oh, goodness. blocks are so good. The Garden Awakens drop is very special to me because while Spring to Life implemented them more significantly, The Garden Awakens is the drop that introduced block attached ambient sounds. By the way, this is super cool. I don't like creepers. I suppose I was going to chop down that tree anyways. But yeah, The Garden Awakens introduced block attached ambient sounds, which is just such a phenomenal addition. Because it allows you to use the ambient sounds anywhere you want. But more than even that, it also allows you to remove ambient sounds. I think that's something that a lot of people would probably gloss over. But if you're building in an area, you might not necessarily want a certain like ambient sound or particle effect or whatever it may be in an area. And the Nether in particular has this problem because it has a lot of ambient sounds. A lot of ambient sounds and particle effects depending on the biome that you're in, which is really cool, but you don't necessarily always want those. And when you don't want them, the only solution is to not be in a particular biome. Likewise, if you do want them, you have to be in that particular biome. So what block attached ambient sounds does so beautifully is just it lets you use those ambient sounds wherever you want or remove them. you know, if you level out an area, if you essentially remove the biome from a biome, it makes sense that the ambient sounds would be gone because whatever was producing those sounds is gone. And so block attached ambient sounds achieves that. And of course, similar thing with particles. You know, having falling leaves, you remove the leaves, the falling leaves go with them. So yeah, just simple things, but really lovely mechanics that I appreciate a lot. And I very much hope to see a lot more of in the future. Okay, I didn't explore all of this. So it is possible. It is still possible that there could be a creaking heart. I'll have to come back and try to see. Oh. I don't suppose there might be another Hell Garden in this vast dark forest. Now something you can, I believe you can do, yeah, it's it can be a bit tricky to do it right, and it's fairly costly, but you can fly, well, not when you completely halt your momentum like that. You can fly pretty well using wind charges. I think you can do it better than I was there. But it can certainly be difficult to do it right. my one grievance with wind chargers is how little like forward momentum you get with it. I mean, that was pretty good. That's probably like about the best you can do. Like I wish. Well, I wish it worked a bit more how you might expect, where like, you know, using it directly below you of course sends you up, but then using it more to the side of you should send you more, like a similar amount horizontally. But I don't know if it would be too powerful of a tool at that point. In any case, I suppose what I really need for that kind of thing is the lunge enchantment on a spear. This is a very cool exposed lush cave. Where did I park my horse? There you are. Little chick. Oh, they are just adorable. No. Not you. Okay. Oh wow, I can't even like hardly see the baby zombie through the flames. That's interesting. How is it that the only mobs spawning in this darkness have been skeletons and a baby zombie? It feels quite unlikely. Oh, there's a creeper. That is something different. fighting. There's so many zombies. You know, one of those zombies did seem to have a lot of health. So I guess this was zombie siege, and that's why there's so many. Well, this was cool. Unfortunately, I did not get what I was looking for. That, of course, being a creaking heart. So I got very lucky with I got very lucky with there being a pale garden so close to my base. And very unlucky with the size of it and it having no creaking. I don't think there's any way they could, right? Yeah, I don't know if there's any way they could guarantee a creaking spawns. Well, a creaking heart, that is. That would be nice though if you were guaranteed at least one in a biome. But I don't think it's usually an issue. sounds are just wonderful. I didn't comment on it, but it was fun how there was an exposed lush cave, like adjacent to a pale garden, where you've got both types of moss right next to each other. That was some very neat generation. Oh, the sounds. How very lovely they are. The spider sounds are less lovely. Is this enough cobblestone? Probably not. I'm just gonna assume it's not. Oh, never mind. It definitely was. Okay. Oh, those precious sounds. Okay, what am I missing on this spear? I guess knockback? Knockback, sharpness. I don't know if I want fire aspect on it. Yeah, and then mending, of course. This costs 10. This costs 2. My goodness. Now I guess I probably should add mending to it right now. I might as well. It costs 7 currently. I actually don't know if it'll make much of a difference. Yeah, so this will give me the power and protection aren't applicable. This will give me sharpness 4 and knockback 2. I do actually want to see. So this would cost me 3. This currently would cost me 2 to add the mending. If I do this, and then now it'll cost me 5. So I probably should have added it first. But I also don't know how much more it would have cost if I added it beforehand. Can't do that, of course. Anyways, it's actually going to be 6 because this is a diamond glaive. Ooh. Now this is probably my favorite halberd texture I have. Should I do something like that? No, I think it should just... I don't think I really need both in my inventory at once. Yeah, now this is very cool. Little baby bee. So I mean, just in general, lunge is a very cool enchantment. I forgot it does use up a bunch of hunger. Lunge is very cool. You get to dash around. Now let's harvest all of this real quick. Oh, I did miss. Dang it. A few. Okay. Well, that's a pretty good harvest. And did that arrow just disappear? I swear it was. It's right there. Anyways, this might be a good place to showcase this. You can use a lunge with. Oh well, that wasn't the best example. There we go. You can use lunge with the Elytra. And it is very effective. You cannot use lunge while gliding with the Elytra, which I kind of disagree with that. I don't know. I mean, of course that like kind of trivializes using rockets to fly, but I don't know. I think an enchantment feels a bit more interesting than fireworks and some gunpowder and paper. The little mews are they're just so lovely. I don't know why I never thought of this, but oh gosh. Ow. I was gonna say I should try to have these spread, but I don't know if that's how that works. see. I was imagining for a second that eye blossoms spread kind of like mushrooms. Like you just have one and it. This is kind of difficult. Oh goodness, I forgot about the hunger thing. Okay. Stupid skeleton. Well, that's the first time I've died in a while. Oh, and of course it is because I wasn't wearing any armor. Where's my shield? There it is. So I don't think that would just spread. I can't bone meal it. I guess I probably need to bone meal the bone meal grass, or maybe pale moss is fine. But bone meal the ground in a pale garden. I imagine that's how I would get more. believe I do have a feather falling book. It wouldn't be all the way up there. Feather falling one. Do I not? I could have sworn. I have respiration. Two channeling bugs. I thought I had. Oh, I have feather falling on these bugs. Boots. These boots. Maybe that's all it was. Well, I suppose that's fine. Yeah, I should add it to these along with mending. These ones can be spare. Okay, I want to see if I can pull something off. Should make it a little bit easier on myself. So you have to do this very quickly. Alright, so first of all, you can see lunging doesn't work. But what you can do it's not. Gosh, it's not like that hard, but it's a bit tricky. Oh, it's just like you. So. You know, you lunge via jab attack, which means you can't switch off of the spear or else you'll go on cooldown. But you can go in your inventory and use hotkey to quickly swap back and forth. But then you're falling, so you have to like really quickly. Let's do this over the river. so it's not that hard, and it doesn't come with very much risk. But it's a bit tricky to get the hang of. Yeah, obviously it's a lot less efficient than just firework rockets. But I do think that's it's a more interesting way of going about it. And also, it is effectively free. Well, it does. It uses a lot of hunger. Speaking of which, I should go get some more ingredients for my pumpkin pies. I might also might be a good idea to just switch to steak at this point. Oh, I don't have looting on this. That's the other thing. That's the other big one. That's okay though. I think lunge is really powerful for combat, but it's kind of harder to use for combat. Like I was unable to successfully lunge charge into that skeleton earlier, but if I had, I probably would have just one-shot the skeleton. So yeah, like it's a bit difficult to pull off, but it is really strong if you're able to. This is lovely. All of the little baby chicks. Oh, that's so satisfying though. And also, in terms of just traveling across the overworld, it's not a big deal to fly low to the ground. That's something I hadn't really thought about much. You don't even really need to do that technique of like staying up in the air. Like unless you're flying over the ocean. I've That's kind of the only time you really need to be doing it. Oh wow, that sound does not travel very far. Okay, I do kind of want to work on this further. Let's take a screenshot of that, so I at least have a record of it. But I think let's take this apart. Let's also empty out some of this stuff. I'll grab the target block. I don't know. I don't expect I'll use it. Might be nice to have. And then I'm gonna make a few more of these. A couple more of these. I might not need them, but you know, I think it's a good idea to have some more components on hand. Now, the main thing that I had in mind So I just need to send a signal into a block here in this corner, which does need to be a repeater because the comparator's right there, and that's fine. Now, like I could set up the exact same thing I had here. Which I think needs to be this way. Yeah. So that's grand. And if I send a signal into this block, okay, that. Now I don't know what I was getting wrong before here. But yeah, this is off. So I just need to power this block, and then it shuts the whole thing off. Which I can do quite simply. That doesn't work. So it's not as simple as that. Oh, you know, maybe this target block will come in handy after all. That doesn't work because I mean, I can just move this stuff back. Actually, that's an interesting question. I'm guessing this doesn't work at an angle. Yeah, doesn't look like it. So I might need to make this bigger. At least one block further back. I don't think it should need to be this big. But I don't know. Alternatively, if I did that, think that block was powering this line, which I don't really understand, but if that's how it's going to work, then so be it. I don't suppose reversing this would work. Okay, maybe it does. Yeah, so that does work. Okay. So, as a baseline, this is already an improvement. Should grab some more cherry planks. Yeah, I no longer need that ugly block there. And it's not powered by default. However, yeah, it's still just a simple binary of like all or nothing power, which is not what I want. I don't know how to achieve what I want to in like such a small space. have redstone lamp. I don't know why I have a redstone lamp, but that's convenient. Do I remember how these work? Oh, well, first of all, the power of books. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, so these are interesting. They interact with the last. It's not based on fullness. The signal is based on the last slot you interacted with. So if I take out the first book, it's just a signal of 1. Take out the last book. Should be a signal of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. But yeah, so these very cool and unique redstone mechanic, but it doesn't let you have a full signal strength. So I might want to keep that. So I believe the best way of doing this is, in fact, a lectern. So yeah, I believe this is like percentage based on how far you are through the book. So you can do more pages, and then it's like, it's not 1-to-1 like this, but if you just have 15 pages, then it's a perfect 1-to-1 signal strength. So that is one of the simplest ways. I don't know if it's exactly the simplest way. Just like a chest might be simpler, but requires a bunch of stacks of items or something. Yeah, I think that's the simplest way to get a max strength signal. So if I move all of this back 1, this work. So if I run a different signal strength into the side of it, I think, yeah, so it has to beat or match the signal strength for the signal to go through. Oh, right, this is, it's a repeater, so that's just maximum signal strength no matter what. Now, so 11 doesn't go through, 12 it does. So this is giving out a signal strength of 12. It matches it, so it goes through. Let's see, having that there would make that a little easier to demonstrate. So that lights on. And then what if I, so the subtract, oh, I think, I understand how subtract works. Subtract, I think, means the strength that's outputting is subtracted by the strength that's going in. So where the normal mode, just like if it beats the signal strength, it gets to put out the full signal strength it's trying to. The subtract mode, it has to beat the signal strength and then starts outputting a signal strength like minus what is. So this 12 is being taken away. So 12 is just matching. Then 13 that puts 1. Okay, that's cool. I've like learned about comparators, but they're a lot to try to wrap your head around. And I don't think I'm not sure I ever fully understood this until just like, well, right now. Just like trying it out myself. Okay, yeah, subtract mode, that isn't going to do anything for me in this instance, but I'm happy to know about it. So now here's the problem. I technically have space for this. It just might look a little ugly. Also, you can see through right there, which is especially ugly. So now this won't start going off until it is all the way full. That needs to be one less. Why is that not working? Oh. Okay. Also, uh, for max signal strength, Lectern is the best option. But I don't need. Well, I've just been reminded of this by the thing that I'm trying to use. Yeah, I don't need a full signal strength. But also this, even if I thought I did, this logic would have applied the same. Yeah, no, the crafter is. But I need a dropper, which I also have the stuff for. Yeah, this can look a lot nicer by doing this. I don't know. I don't know how exactly I should position it. This might be cool. But like, what if it was side like that? I could do that. It's like a little control panel. Let's go with that for now. Yeah, now this will only activate when it's actually full. I don't think it's. Oh yeah, I still don't think it's perfect. See, if I do that, like that's what it's gonna do. So this is the really hard part to figure out. I mean, I guess this is where like you have to do weird stuff with how it goes into the hopper, because you need the specific order. You need the correct order of items to go into the hopper, or you need the items to go into the hopper at the correct speed. I don't know. I think this Oops. I think the hopper might just be a lost cause, unfortunately. At least for the time being. Yeah, if I do this, it doesn't go off. You know, I might. I mean, for one thing, it might be kind of fun to be able to see the redstone peeking out behind. And I might leave the hopper here specifically for eggs, because that is the whole reason, or that is like the main reason I'm even doing any of this. is because eggs are just an obnoxious, a very obnoxious element of this whole thing. Looking for dirt, that's right. Oh, they're so cute. I can actually, if I'm just gonna use it for one of the ingredients, I can still do this. I can still use this. It is a borderline crime how absolutely adorable those little kitten mews are. Like that's not fair, Mojang. What the heck? I need a lot more copper than that. Let's see, what was it? Probably put this away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 blocks of coal was correct. So 1 block of coal is 9, so it's a block and 16 because it's one coal's worth extra. So now it's 4 blocks of coal gets you 5 stacks. I believe that's accurate. Then I'll take these out. Now that's working away. What was I thinking there? Yeah, I wanna replace this with copper. So that part is easy. Now just how would I like to decorate it? Yeah, I think maybe like this could be good. I could also perhaps replace these with slabs. Slabs. corners as well. Maybe do that. It's something. Could also make it a bit more interesting by doing that. Maybe have them upside down. I don't know. You know, I don't know how exactly something like this should potentially look. That was silly. I actually had the perfect amount of ingots. What did that? And then I was thinking 27. So I waited for another one, but it was 36. of it does not matter if it really doesn't matter if I'm just gonna cover this up, but I like the idea of it being a little more authentic. Oops. Maybe those should be bottom slabs. Yeah, that's it's interesting. I don't know if it's perfect, but it's interesting. I could do copper grate on the top if I wanted to be really quirky. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Ow, ow. That hurt a lot. The zombie has a shovel. So like, it's already difficult to aim. I'm gonna just switch to my normal halberd. It's already difficult to aim normally with a spear. And then when you add lunge onto that, it's like... it's a lot harder. Oh, also, this is... lunge is like the fastest way to heal in the game, because it lets you burn through your like you only get fast healing. I don't know exactly how it works, but you only get fast healing after like for the first bit of saturation after you eat. And then you'll have a bunch of extra saturation you have to burn through. And lunge lets you burn through that really quick. So that's kind of cool. more pumpkins. And I don't need... I don't need the ridiculous amount of, There's 2 Endermen, that's crazy. I don't need the ridiculous amount of carrots and potatoes that I have. Also, this little setup needs to change. And what was the point of this cobblestone here? Is that just purely for looks? Oh, it was to prevent, yeah, it was to prevent the pumpkins from growing on this side. I remember. Trying to think, do I wanna leave that or cover it? So I could definitely go either way. I had to sneeze. I think I'll cover it, but I might. I'll probably turn this little enclosed wall into cobblestone. You know, I kind of thought I was going overkill with the 3 stacks of dirt. I don't think I was. Actually, I think this side. be a little lower. I did kind of forget about this whole side. Okay, let's see. I think this should be safe. Now let's see. I might prefer just regular tough walls here. I don't think the brick would be good. Polished would work, but it might be a little, even that might be a little too structured feeling for what I'm going for. I'm just gonna go with regular tough. And I don't know how many of these I need. it's probably gonna be about a stack. I wanted to make sure I wasn't like way overshooting it with the stack. I might overshoot it a little bit, but yeah. Not too much. I am capable of making lanterns on the go. So let us do that. And that was kind of perfect. Oh, scratch that. That was perfect. surprised I had enough inventory space for all of that. Yeah, I am repurposing this. I'm repurposing this section into another section of pumpkin patch, because I just have not needed all of these carrots and potatoes, and I'm sure I will need more. How very silly of me. I intentionally haven't been sleeping. I intentionally avoided sleeping for the sake of getting some phantoms. But I didn't wear armor. I wasn't exactly planning on fighting them out here, but I should have figured that would happen. The little family of kitty cats. Oh, very precious. Pretty. Now, I don't know if pumpkins can grow onto farmland. I imagine that might be a thing. I just don't know. Also, let's finally get rid of all of this grass. Okay. Now I will be having a lot more pumpkins. Sugarcane might be an issue. I can always just expand this farm as well if need be. And yeah, I also have this in place now, this wall. So, oh. Yeah, I don't think any mobs should be able to trample the crops now. I mean, technically speaking, they could walk around the side here. I suppose I'm just gonna hope that mobs don't decide to do that, because that would just be unfortunate. baby mobs are just so wonderful. Ow. Forgot about that part. Yeah, this does give you some pretty intense immediate momentum. So if you ram yourself into a wall right away, it does kind of hurt. Uh, why do I have so much coarse dirt? I guess I did craft up a bunch of it for probably for paths and whatnot. I think I forgot to activate the wings. Oh, shoot. Okay. I forgot like the main reason I went over here. do have a bunch of fences already. Fair enough. You know, what if I actually leave one of the scarecrows as like just a kind of a skeleton? I think that's a fun idea. I might swap them though. So the main one that you see. Right, of course you can rotate the hay bale, but I wasn't expecting it right there. I wonder if I prefer it rotated. I kind of think I might. Yeah, anyways, so this way, like the main one that you see, I don't think I get the looting effect when they die from the fire aspect. This might be a little silly, but what if actually no, I probably do want that cobblestone under there, because you can see it through that. Stacks of cobblestone just for this. Oh, confirmation that pumpkins can grow on the farmland. That is lovely. leave this part as it is. It's more of like a grassy hill. I think that one's fine staying grass. Actually, maybe. I wonder if maybe this wall should be grass. Or, dirt. Same difference, kinda. Of course, the pumpkin grew in there. Somehow they seem to just always grow where you don't want them to if they're capable of it. Like they have a gift. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I think my crops should finally be safe from mobs trampling them. feels a little bit more decorated in here now. What if... Why? What if I did this? I think I might like that a bit better. Oh. Okay. Let's test to see how well this works. So add the pumpkin and sugar first, and then yeah, you just put the eggs in there. I do think that feels a bit more convenient. Maybe not as efficient, but there is a convenience factor, which is nice. Now I think I'm actually going to store these ingredients up here. special eggs. I might keep down here. Okay, now I think I'm pleased with this whole setup. I'm sure it's still not perfect. But I mean, like, that's not bad, I feel. Maybe it could be a little more compact. But as far as like this like 2x6 area, I don't think, or no, 2x4, why was I thinking 6? 2x4 area. I was actually thinking 3 and then I times 3x2 and got 6. But this 2x4 area, like, I don't think you could simplify that at all. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a way you could get a signal into the block underneath the crafter? And then I might be able to have this over on this side. Or, no, this, or yes, yeah. 'Cause yeah, that just has to be on one of the sides of the comparator. I mean, one thing I could do is if I put a repeater here. No, it has to be going into the comparator. I guess I could put another comparator here. I could use another comparator and then have this comparator here and just like push that further back a little. Yeah, something like that could probably work. What? That does feel appropriate, having a cat hanging out just up in weird places. I should put a shelf there. Not like a literal shelf in this case. Another block shelf. And then yeah, I can put some flower pots or something up there. That'll be nice. Okay. Now, the thing I titled my stream after for today was exploring the Pale Garden, and I did do that, but there wasn't so much as a single creaking heart. I was just checking to see if I had a bed in my inner chest, and I do. Should I? I feel like I should keep this boat in there as well. It doesn't need to be in my inventory. Oh, you know, this is a random thought, but I could make this into like a sort of launch pad or something. Enderman, oh my goodness. I could have gone for such a long time without ever noticing that. Hello, that One Piece nerd. Welcome. It's kind of unlikely I'll find one, but I'm just gonna go out in search for a Pale Garden. I went to one earlier in the stream, but it was very small and didn't have a creaking heart, sadly. So I want to see if I might have some better luck elsewhere. Ruined portal. just went to your first LGBTQIA plus rally. Do you mean as a trans woman? It says in. Regardless, that's cool. Unfortunately, I can't say that I've been to one myself. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, you did mean as. But yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, again, I haven't been to one myself, so I don't know what those are like, but I hope it was enjoyable. Oh, this is a big mountain. Hello, goat. Oh, maybe I could get a horn. Here, come this way. The goat keeps walking away. It's kind of a tight space, so might be difficult. Oh, I can jump high spaces too. I haven't been doing that. There we go. I haven't been doing it as well as I can lately. Woo. A little baby goat. Oh, I haven't. Oh, careful, little one. Dang it. trying to keep an eye out for it. I wonder if ice counts as a hard block. I would imagine it does. Snow probably doesn't. Yeah, you need them to ram into a hard block, which I know includes stone and wood. I don't know what else. I would imagine plenty else, really. But I don't know. I need to be paying more attention. Come on. What's up with this ice? Does ice even spawn in these mountains? I don't know. with this side. I just want them. I want them to hang out in this area. Oh! Those little one charged at me. Whoa! Oh, dang it! Both of them charged, but it was. Ah. I want to be very careful to not hit the little one. Or, you know, any of the goats. Yes! What is it? Seek. Ah. Well, that's like the standard one. He's alright. Come on. Oh yeah, they can just jump. Come on. I guess those zombies are down there. I feel like this is such a good area for getting goats to try to ram at me. Okay, a different one. Yeah, I felt ashamed that I had only gotten one. Wanna try to get a horn from you. Yes! Feel again. Okay, well, let's give this one a listen. Oh. Okay. Well, I think that's enough of that for now. Right. Wrong spear. I haven't made myself any more compasses, which is a mistake on my part. I could try to go. I want to be able to mark. Yeah. Oh, that was immediately a disaster. This is where it would be nice to have a water bucket. I'm on a mountain. I don't think it's gonna be very easy to find redstone. I guess I could look for a cave lower down. I would like to mark where this is. You know, I think I'm just gonna use one of these compasses that doesn't know where to point to. I guess I might have two compasses in the nether. I only really need one. Ow! Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh, that could be an interesting strategy, actually. What if I just like waited for a goat to charge and then jump and place a block? Surely that wasn't exactly a stack. No, a little bit over. Kind of crazy how close it was, though. Ow! Didn't quite work. Ooh. The goat was faster than I anticipated. I feel like if I move too soon, it might interrupt its attempt. But they charge fast, so I gotta react pretty quickly. Sorry, I just want to see if I can get one more through this method now that I've thought of it. Oh, see, that one started charging and I got out of range. Why didn't that work? In fact, yeah, that whole interaction was very strange. Okay. Well, I will stop with my attempts there. I don't know why this one block doesn't have snow on it. Maybe because it's just regular ice. interesting. Another cherry grove. Once again, though, it's a very small cherry grove. Okay, there's more. There's more up here. I don't know, this seed feels kind of cursed in terms of cherry groves. Like, they're around. I mean, this is actually pretty cool. There's no, like, one big patch of cherry grove, but the way that it's, like, surrounding this mountain peak, that's pretty neat. Oh, this is cool. Ow. Wait, this is so cool. What the heck? Okay, I was already thinking I might do this just because of the size of this. But the fact there's a pillager outpost like in the peaks, I gotta do it. I'm gonna go back and grab that. I'm gonna reclaim the lodestone compass I used. It was farther than I thought. And yeah, I'm gonna put it on this huge stony peaks. I suppose I didn't really need to go back for the lodestone compass, or the lodestone. Just the compass is the main thing. But it's fine. heard the new chicken clucking sound. I forget what that variant is called. It's like little sheep. It's like picky or something like that. Man, where should I put this? Emerald. Oh. Well, this is unexpected. Demon. I think the idea of this being partially burned down is cool. But I'd like I'd like for it to remain at least partially intact. as well. I have so little respect for the fact that I helped stop their tower from burning down. That's a cool looking area. Ooh, Badlands and a warm ocean. This trip is shaping up to be of some value, even if I don't find what I was looking for. Okay, good to know. I do need to use Silk Touch. I keep forgetting to use Silk Touch. Also, I do not care about all these crossbows as well. Definitely care a lot more about the coral. Is that? Okay, that's pink coral. I was like, is that pink coral or is that dead coral? But I don't think that's possible to have dead coral underwater. Now, I believe the fans and the coral, like, I don't know what you call it, the, like, block, I mean, it's just coral. I think that is renewable. sure how it's renewable. You might have to specifically... It's either you bone meal coral, just like in general, or you specifically have to bone meal the ground. I suppose I can test. Okay, yeah, bone mealing the ground here did work. Bone mealing coral also maybe work. So it might be both. Does shears work? No, it specifically has to be a subtouch pickaxe. That's interesting. Ow! Hello, pufferfish. Apologies. I didn't mean it. But yeah, the coral blocks. Those are only renewable. Those are only renewable by a London trader, I believe. I wish you could just like, you know, craft a coral block like that. I don't know why that can't be the solution. Feels like that would be a pretty simple solution to me. Because like that stuff is farmable. I suppose that's how I should specify it. Farmable versus renewable. Renewability usually means farmable, but not always. Oh, melons. Warm cow. Oh yeah, that's another one of the new sounds. Hey, and this chicken also has the new chicken personality. Oh gosh. Thank you for your cooperation, chicken. Your service is appreciated. Should put this melon in here as well. Let's see, can I find any other chickens? Creepers are not exactly what I was looking for. More chickens, yes. Gosh dang it. And of course there's 3 skeletons over here all of a sudden. And just all of the mobs, really. Now this is not one of the things I had in mind, but I'll certainly take it. Right, now how... Surely chickens can't use scaffolding, right? Suppose I'm just gonna hope that the answer is no. So far, it doesn't seem like it. They might be able to accidentally use the scaffolding, but at the very least, it doesn't seem like they're attempting to. Hello, Wolf. Yeah, it's been a while since I got... Oh gosh. Oh! Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry, Wolf. I thought... I didn't want to accidentally hit it. I thought it had it under control. Well, I thought that might be a nice... a nice breed of wolf to collect, but... Okay, well there are others. I think I already have that personality. What do you sound like? See, I recognize these sounds. You sound different. Pretty sure anyways. Little pig. Oh. Little piglet. Parrots. surely that is plenty. More than enough, in fact. Yeah. Okay, I did not make the other parrot sit. That's good. How are there no new eggs over here? Oh, so they can get out. But yeah, I don't think they're doing it intentionally. Ideally, I should just use a fence post and some carpet. Which I can probably get some carpet. There should be some sheep around here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can find fallen jungle trees as well. That's fun. Okay, I'm gonna get a few more brown eggs, and I'm gonna start heading back. torches around the area in the hopes that hostile mobs do not bother me. They love to do that. They love to just be a pain, but hopefully, to be honest though, I don't know if this little circle even accomplishes anything. Because monsters already don't spawn in the vicinity around you. So this may have just like illuminated that same vicinity, more or less. But if I were to leave this area, mobs would continue to not spawn. Monsters still wouldn't be spawning, so it's something. Yeah, I can go around and oh! Wow, yeah, there was a creeper very, very close. Yeah, this should be quite safe now. Maybe one more torch there. I went through a full stack of eggs like a stream or two ago without getting a single baby chick. No, I'm pretty sure that was last stream. So yeah, you know, I don't know if I trust this amount. But I just need one single chick from these brown eggs, and then I'll have warm chickens at my base. Ooh. I love that there's new personalities for the farm animals, because like these are mobs that you tend to have a lot of, and so just having more variety in the sounds that are coming from those animal pens, I feel like that'll add a lot. And it's mostly just one new sound per mob. Pigs uniquely got 2 new personalities. But all the other mobs that got new personalities, chickens, cows, and cats, I think that's all of them. Those all got just 1 each. Sheep did not get any for some reason, which is... that is a bit unfortunate. But yeah. Having even just that one other personality type, I think, will make a noticeable difference. And then especially if you have some of the baby versions around, that's another added sound. I hope they continue to do more of that, and hopefully they don't just write off the ones that they have added personalities as just like done, because you know wolves have like 7 different personality types. Cats only got 1, so they could definitely add a few more there. I think it'd be great if all of the farm animals had 3, including the classic. But then yeah, add more personalities for other mobs. Maybe even hostile mobs? I'm not as sure about that. They definitely... it's important that those are like very recognizable. And hostile mobs tend to get much more prominent variants with, you know, husks and drowns and that kind of thing, and those have different sounds. So hostile mobs, it's probably good for them to have just the one set of sounds. But you could probably have some amount of variety with it still being recognizable as that mob and that specific variant of that mob. Oh, I'm low on pie. Okay, I think just 2 more eggs, and I'll call that good. Might not be enough, but if it's not, then I can always go out and get more. Hello. one more. I think I'm actually gonna wait. I don't know if phantoms. Might start spawning. So I'll do this. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. And then, yeah, there should be enough eggs hatched when I get back. I completely forgot to change my PNG tuber state. Oh well. Was it not about to be nighttime? I wasn't somehow gone for 10 minutes, was I? Alright, considering the sun is going down, it'd be closer to... closer to 20 minutes. Surely not. Anyways, yeah, that was 4 eggs, which is great. That should almost certainly be enough. If not, I will cry. Would it be worthwhile to attempt to bring armadillos with me? I don't think so, but also that's assuming that I can find them in the first place, which... I have not yet seen any. This is a fun little cherry grove. I don't think I've ever seen one so close to the ground. Hey, is that curse I was talking about finally broken? This is a much... Oh, the new bunnies! Oh! Oh, they're lovely. Yeah, this is a much better sized cherry grove. Actually, I was kind of avoiding it because I didn't want to reset my spawn, but I'm gonna start just sleeping through the night because it's a bit of a pain to deal with. I think that's the little pig. No. The little pig sound. Or that's just the piglet. should be the compass home. Now I'm gonna try to go the long way around. Or is not really a singular long way around. I'm gonna try to take a bit of a scenic route. That's all I mean to say. I'm sorry, cows. Oh, the little cat. I'm low on food. I'm probably gonna run out. Traveling with pets is unfortunately really obnoxious. Cause like I don't feel like I can fly long distances, or else I just fear they're gonna get lost. It's a pillage outpost, so I may as well raid it. Quick charge 3. Whoa. You know, I was thinking if there's any allay in here. I'm gonna free them. Where did that other dark oak? Oh, there it is. I was very confused. Okay. There's some allay close to my spawn area that I haven't rescued because well, I'm sorry to say I don't know what I would do with them right now. But with how much further out these ones are, I think it's best that I not hesitate on that? Would I not just leave them there? Yeah, I hope we get a big pet focus drop sometime in the future. Hello, Kingcraft. Minecraft is going good. Hello, Kitten Cat. She is meowing at me. Fun fact, the panda would have never existed without the China 2018 mob vote. I am vaguely aware of that, yeah. It is... That's kind of a crazy thing, because, like, yeah, most people probably just have no idea about that being a mob vote. I don't think they ever, like, explicitly stated it. Second place for China was the crocodile. That would have been very interesting if they had to add crocodiles. Golden monkey, deer, and yeah, pink dolphin. That might have been the funniest one to win, cause like, again, they might not have mentioned that it had anything to do with the mob vote, and so just be like, okay, we're adding pink dolphins to the game. How would a crocodile be in Minecraft? I do wonder. What a golden monkey sound for Minecraft. Well, for one thing, I imagine if it is called a golden monkey, that's probably just like a particular type of monkey, not like literally made of gold. I think deer would be the best fit of those losing mobs. Deer would go pretty good in the game. Yeah, crocodile, I know. Like, there's, I mean, I at this point I don't know how true this actually is, but there's, like, concerns. What do you say? They're supposedly Mojang was opposed to adding sharks because they don't want any real life creatures to be hostile, which like crocodiles would potentially fit into that category. But neither of them would need to be hostile. They could both They could both be neutral. Let's see. The jelly breed of cat. And the gray and the white one. Gray and white one? I don't know if you're still talking about jelly or if you're referring to one or two different ones. I don't recall any other cat breeds being any kind of like community vote, but I do remember they had one additional slot available, or like they wanted to add another breed of cat, and they let the community vote on like a real life cat to be added to the game, and yeah, Jelly won. Which yeah is very lovely. I found that cat breed in this world, and I named it Jelly. Jelly was good times with Scar's cat, and yeah, I'm sure she was a very good kitty. But yeah, crocodiles definitely would be. Well, I imagine they would be in the swamps. And I do think that could be quite nice to have something like specifically living in the water of the swamps. That would be cool. I don't know if they would make them outright hostile. I think it'd be better for them to be neutral, but I don't know in what way they would do that either. Yeah, again, I think deer would be the best. At least of the losers, I think deer would be the best fit to add to the game. Particularly like for like taiga forests, I think they could add to the game a lot. And then I wonder about monkeys. I feel like they could be a pretty good addition, but who's to say? And then yeah, pink dolphin. I guess it could be fun to have another color of dolphin, but I don't know if it would do anything at all unique. Yeah. Yeah, again, I think that would have been the funniest one to win because it's just like, with most people, or a lot of people would just have like no context as to why it's getting added, and it's like, what? Why is this happening? I don't remember what update the pandas got added in. But yeah, I don't think it was anything aquatic related. I do think pandas were probably the best option to win, though. 1.14. Yeah, so right after Update Aquatic, right after adding dolphins, and then they add pink dolphins, I guess people could potentially read that as like they wanted to add another dolphin variant but didn't have the time or something. Kind of like what happened with the Piglin Brute. But of course that was in just like a minor release after the Nether update. So you didn't have to wait a full year or anything. Mm-hmm. It's also interesting that they did that China mob vote, but that was the only like foreign vote they ever did, I'm pretty sure. They didn't do it for anywhere else, and they didn't do any others. Oh my goodness. There's a dolphin. Gold monkey would have been the jungle. Yeah, probably. So I guess two of the options would have ended up in the jungle. Crocodiles would have been swamp, I imagine. I don't know if deer would have been in the regular forest, maybe, but I could also see them being unique to the taiga forests. But I suppose it could be either or both. Nautilus are a nice addition to the oceans. Just have a bit of variety. What is that? Ocean ruins. 3 warm biomes versus 1 cold or 3 warm biomes versus 1 cold versus ocean. Yeah, something like that. My chair wheel rolled over my headphone wire. Trying to mob vote was Panda plus Bamboo. Why is that so? I don't think I've ever heard people talk about that aspect of it. Yeah, I suppose we wouldn't have Bamboo without pandas. That's kind of, especially now that Bamboo kind of functions as a wood set, that's quite significant. Crocodile would have been dangerous neutral mobs. They're capable of lunge attacks and death rolls. Ooh. That sounds wild. I do think crocodiles would be really cool. So I would be very down to have like... Oh, did I lose the allays? I might have right there specifically. I may have gone too fast. Would have added crocodile teeth to craft a new redstone trap. Really? Crocodile scoots to combine with a turtle helmet. Now I'm not sure if you're... Oh, there's the allays. Okay. I'm not sure if you're just making some of this stuff up or like putting out ideas, or if it's that was the sketches, it's real. Yeah, if that was all part of the vote, that's very interesting. I'm surprised they would have so much tied to the specific vote. But yeah, I never hear people talk about those additional elements. Very interesting to think about. There could have been another way for leather, maybe? Maybe. That wouldn't be a particularly interesting use. Gold monkeys, they probably would have added bananas. I can imagine sound. I think if you add monkeys to the game and not bananas, you've kind of failed. Bananas be funny in game for back then. I think at any point they might choose to add bananas. I mean, depending on how they implement them, they could be funny. Particularly with bananas, you know, they could go the route of them being like slippery. There's some silly stuff you could do with that. I'm attempting to get back to my base right now. I did not realize I went so far, like, to the side. Although, I think I might actually have the wrong compass. This is looking like the compass to the swamp and jungle. I mean, considering there's a swamp here, I think that is exactly what this is. Oh, that's kind of scary. Now that I'm over here, though, my hope with this journey was to possibly find a pale garden. And of course, I haven't seen one in this, throughout this dark forest. But with there being a dark forest, it's possible. I hope I didn't leave the dog behind. Possible there could be a pale garden somewhere around here. Okay, so I think this is the actual compass home. I really should name these. I'll start doing that. Ooh, azalea tree. Oh, multiple azalea trees. Somehow, I think this is my first time seeing any. Wait, is that? No. I thought it might be a pale garden for a second. Convenient little mushroom platform. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, it's not. So I thought this was just like some terrain not loading in, but this is actually just how the terrain generated. This is really cool looking. Especially with the trees sitting on top. Yeah, it's a good size dark forest, but I don't think I'm gonna have much luck. Oh, well, there is more over there actually. Maybe. There might be hope yet that I could find a pale garden. I'm in like swamp and jungle terrain though, which I'm pretty sure are like opposite kind of elevation as a mountain, which is what you need for a pale garden. Oh, there's a mountain over there. It's a birch forest, but okay. It's getting mountainous. Still not seeing the gray that I'm looking for. This forest is like massive, by the way. I don't know if my dog has been keeping up with me down below. teleporting across the leaves. And maybe they are keeping up down below. Or maybe pets are just better at teleporting to you than I give them credit for. Oh! Well... I suppose I don't need that Woodland Mansion Explorer map anymore. I appear to have found it. Actually, I will take that. So much stuff. Oh, I'm not about to tackle a woodland mansion right now. Still just hoping to find the Pale Garden. I mean, not that that should come as any surprise. Dog? actually left the dog behind this time. Oh, there we go. Also, I just realized the allays are nowhere to be seen. I probably left them behind a while ago. Whoops. That was an unpleasant sound. Yeah, huge, massive, dark forest. Even has a woodland mansion, but no pale garden. Oh well. Such is the way that it goes, I suppose. I wonder if I could find those allay. Why did that sound like a piglin? What? Now I'm really confused. Is that like some kind of bug? That parrots can... Parrots can imitate pigs, but use the piglin noise. I don't know. Like, there's no way that was... That's a pig sound that they were imitating. That's also assuming it was, oh, little chick. It's assuming it was the parrots at all. Ferret, please cooperate. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need a pet drop for this game that just focuses on all of the pets and just like tries to refine those general functionalities, make everything function better. Would also be great if they tackled them individually. Like it doesn't have to be in one specific drop. Like one drop dedicated around that specifically. Where is the dog? Are they like stuck in water or something? Why? Cats have this issue. Dogs don't. What are you doing? Like how has this happened? Did I accidentally make you sit? Is that why? I don't know. I did right click on the dog while they were in the boat. I don't know if that is able to, if doing that can tell them to sit, even though they're unable to, but maybe that's what happened. Okay. I suppose we shall cross the sea yet again. There's been like far too much of this already. I mean, like, if this was the whole trip, great. But constantly getting in and out of a boat is kind of obnoxious, particularly when you have other mobs you're trying to bring with you. hindsight, I probably shouldn't have gotten fancy with it and just headed, or at least tried to head straight back home. Since I had all of these animals with me. Okay. If my parrot died to a creeper again, oh, I would not be pleased. They didn't though. We're fine. Okay. And you're different, right? Yes. Yes. Probably. They're like surprisingly similar, but I'm pretty sure. This one's just like brown, and this one is a lot more like orangish. What was that set? Was that a blaze? I'd like to get one of these birds up here if possible. See, that's another issue. It's just like trying to get them to go where you want them to. did this? Okay. I did it? I did it. Now why did you go and do that? Okay, actually, I'm just gonna full on do this. Otherwise, I don't think it's ever gonna do what I want it to. Okay. Evil creeper. You are not welcome in this place. I saw that and like it didn't get me enough to like react, but it felt like it felt like it was a creeper. Okay. Give me my compasses. Let's see. If I'm wrong, I can always rename it, but I'm pretty sure this one is the swamp. There's a better swamp that I might want to name it to. I'll say Dark Forest. That's better, because that also takes me in the direction of the woodland mansion that it has. And then this was stone peaks. Okay. And then I keep forgetting to do this. So let's not forget this time. Yeah, one more. Oh, right, it's just 4. I mean, 8 should be plenty. Did I have... Yeah, I do have some stuff that I put in here that does not belong. Oh yeah, a bunch of stuff in fact. I might actually... I think I'll keep these golden carrots in my ender chest. So I actually have access to them and connect a bit as like backup food. wonderful sounds. I am not yet done with this. Melons. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Not sure what I currently want to do with them. Oh dang, I got at least one of everything except brain coral. I have ice in here somewhere, right? Yes. I feel like I might already have a horn. Well, I'm not seeing one if I do. Let's see, do I have a quick charge book? And where do. Honestly, I think since I have 2 Quick Charge 3 books, there's no real need for Quick Charge 2. Oh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Ooh, not enough pumpkins. Actually, just enough pumpkins. Ah. That is not something I had considered. Well, that block is... I don't know why... Why would this block be getting powered? Is that some quasi-connectivity nonsense? You know, maybe I can just do this. I think that's fine. Oh, little kitten. Skeleton. Look at all those pumpkins. I like that this is like a little bit of like a valley formation now, and there's a more level connection between these two sections. It's a nice change. My goodness. If I don't get a single one, it's 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. 17. I'm glad I got the 4 extra. Oh, you chicken. Okay, well it's gonna be slow since I only got 1. But I will. I will now be getting the brown eggs as well. That's nice. Oh, dang it. much more efficient way of getting a bunch more chickens in here. I should try to get some more adult chickens in here so that there's the other sound type as well. Didn't mean to do that. Whole lot of bone meal stuck up in there. Okay. You know, it is funny how expensive pumpkin pie is because it's all this effort. It's, you know, 3 different ingredients compared to just farming cows. you might need to cook the raw beef. But if you're using fire aspect, then no, you don't. Oh, so precious. So I think I probably don't have the issue of the cats teleporting outside anymore. But yeah, they'll sometimes get themselves stuck on the fireplace. Which is not ideal. But oh well, what can you do? Okay. Wow, is that? I don't know if I dare say that's my longest stream yet. But it's close. Actually, not that close. No, I have streamed for nearly 8 hours before. Just once, I think. No, okay. The second time I played Hytale, I streamed for 8.5 hours. So, still one of the longer streams I've done, but not quite the longest. But yeah, some nice Minecrafting. quite manage the thing that I wanted to today, but I managed quite a bit else, so I think that evens out. I don't know if I'm gonna stream. Alright, well, I'm thinking I might stream tomorrow. That's what I wanted to say. But I don't know if I will. We'll see. If I do, it might be a shorter, sillier kind of stream, but I did have an idea for something that could be kind of fun, considering what day it is. Yeah, we'll see. If not, I'll try to stream on Monday. Oh, and I guess I'll try to stream on Monday regardless. I think on Monday I'll probably play some Hollow Knight. Take a little break from Minecraft. If I stream tomorrow though, it will be Minecraft. But yeah, I have streamed for plenty long, I think. So, yeah, I shall see you later. Farewell.